ambition, and the Almighty One as your foundation. Hey, nobody get rich and rich because that's definitely wrong. Me begging you, don't forget your friends and where you come from. If you are thief, remember God now sleep. And although you rob a man and you get well last week, you fall off out the street, but you're beaten going sleep because God is a silent.
Nothing seems complete. I stand up and I'm searching for the better part of me. Yeah. strengthen me. 'Cause I am superwoman. Yes, I am. Yes, she is. Still when I'm a mess, I still put on a vest, feeling it so much. Oh yes, I'm a superwoman. That's right. This is for all the mothers fighting for better days to come. And all my women sitting here trying to come home before the sun. And all my sisters coming together, say yes I will, yes I can, 'cause I am a superwoman. Yes I am. Yes she is. Still when I'm a mess, still put on a vest, feeling it so much. Oh yes, I'm a superwoman. When I'm breaking down and I can't be found, 'cause I start to get weak, 'cause no one knows me underneath these clothes, but I can fly. We can I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone who fulfilled my needs. A lonely place to be, and so I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadows. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I believe. No matter what they tell
fast, days just pass and I'm homebound. Staring blankly ahead, just making a way through the crowd. And I need you, and I miss you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a beautiful afternoon. God has favored us with great weather, and we are grateful. Could I invite us all over this place to stand at this time as we welcome our graduates as they make their entrance?
Summer's almost here now. I'm looking back over all these years. Times have changed from the past, but how did we get here? On a hill in a small town, where so many memories lie. Love, friends, parties, dreams, and now leaving home for the first time. Leave the past in a picture album. We're moving on with the rush of the future. Sometimes saying goodbye hurts, but goodbye high school, I'll miss you. Too bad things like this don't last forever. All that we've been through, all the good times, I'll remember them for the rest of my life. Every moment holds a memory. Some of those that you'll always treasure. Tonight is one of those nights that you want to last forever. We're packing up and it's time to leave. I'll miss my friends and my family. I'll be miles and miles away from here. So here's my number, call me if you need me. Make
here now. I'm looking back over all these years. Times have changed from the past, but how did we get here? On a hill in a small town, where so many memories lie. Love, friends, parties, dreams, and now leaving home for the first time. Leave the past in a picture album. We're moving on with the rush of the future. Sometimes saying goodbye hurts, but goodbye high school, I'll miss you. Too bad things like this don't last forever. All that we've been through, all the good times, I'll remember them for the rest of my life. Every moment holds a memory. Some of those that you'll always treasure. Tonight is one of those nights that you want to last forever. We're packing up and it's time to leave. I'll miss my friends and my family. I'll be miles and miles away from here. So, here's my number, call me if you need me. Make sure you come visit once in a while. I'm gonna miss your smile. And goodbye high school, I'll miss you. Too bad things like this don't last forever. All that we've been through, all the good times, I'll remember them for the rest of my life. Goodbye high school, I'll miss you. Too bad things like this don't last forever. All that we've been through, all the good times, I'll remember them for the rest of high school. I'll miss you. Too bad things like this don't last forever. All the good times, I'll remember this the rest of my life. Summer's almost here now. I'm looking back over all these years. Times have changed from the past, but how did we get here? On a hill in a small town, where so many memories lie. Love, friends, parties, dreams, and now leaving home for
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for the graduates. We bless the Lord. Oh God, I'm in church. One more is coming. Okay.
We're moving on with the rush of the future. Sometimes saying goodbye hurts, but
Put your hands
goodbye
again together for the graduates, both from the fifth form and the sixth form batch. Thank you very much. Yes, we help each other here and we encourage each other along the way. And if you looked at your program, you were encouraged to remain standing until after the prayer. And so I'm going to ask you kindly again to be standing with us as we get into our opening hymn. If you look to the back of your program, you'll see that hymn, Now Thank We All Our God. And we have much to give God thanks for. Just look around you. We have many, many reasons to give God thanks. And right after that, we'll be inviting our Reverend Noel Bowen, the school chaplain, to be offering prayer on our behalf. So let's ring out the song together now. Now thank we all our God with hearts and hands and voices, who wondrous things has done, in whom his world rejoices, who from our mother's arms has blessed us on our way with countless gifts of love, and still is ours today. Oh, may this bounteous God through all our life be near us, with ever joyful hearts and blessed peace to cheer us, to keep us in his grace and guide us when perplexed, and free us from all ills of this world and the next. All praise and thanks to God the Father now be given, the Son and Spirit blessed, who reign in highest heaven, the one eternal God, whom heaven and earth adore, for thus it was, is now, and shall be evermore. God bless you, Reverend Boy.
We bow for prayers at this time. Gracious God and our Father, we want to thank you for that which you have done for us. Yet another year and another time. Oh, great is your love towards we, your people. And so we bow before the King of the universe, the God of all gods. Lord, we thank you for our graduates here this afternoon. It has been a hard year, a tough year, but they have come through because of your grace. I want to thank you for their parents, mighty God, who have sown in their fertile soil, so they look this afternoon and see the goodness of God in the land of the living. We thank you for this noble institution as we continue, Lord, to pass out students year by year and batch by batch. Lord, for all that you have done for them, we pray your blessing upon them. We ask for your guidance, Lord, for you are our shepherd, and they shall not want. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall continue to walk and not be weary. Oh, Spirit of the living God, now have your way in their lives. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Bless you.
Thank you very much. You may be seated at this time while we invite Jacob Price and Chanel Johnson to do our scripture reading.
1, 2. Good afternoon, everyone. Our scripture reading is taken from
Isaiah 40, verse 25 to 31.
To whom then will he liken me, or shall I be equal, saith the Holy One?
Lift up your eyes on high, and behold, who hath created these things, that bringeth out their host by number, that he calleth them all by names, by the greatness of his might, for that he is strong in power, not one faileth.
Why sayest thou, O Jacob, and why speakest, O Israel? My way is hid from the Lord, and my judgment is passed over from my God.
Hast thou not known, hast thou not heard, that the everlasting God, the Lord, the creator of the ends of the earth, fainteth not, neither is weary. There is no searching of his understanding.
He giveth power to the faint, and to them that have no might he increase strength.
Even the youth shall faint and be weary, and the young men shall utterly fall. 31 and last.
But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not be faint. Here endeth a portion of God's holy word. We honor it by saying, Thanks be to God.
Thank you very much, students. Very soon I will not be able to say students anymore, but for now I can indulge myself. So thank you very much. And indeed, if we wait on the Lord, he will renew our strength. The chairperson for this afternoon's session or ceremony, the rest of the afternoon ceremony, is our chairperson, Professor Carol Clark, who presently serves as board chairman here at the Charlemont High School. She is retired vice president of the Michael University College and a board member of the Michael Practicing and Junior High. She is a Fulbright scholar who has given over 30 years service to the Caribbean Examination Council, CXC. Professor Clark is also a consultant for City and Guilds and has created the syllabus which is currently in use throughout the Caribbean. She conducts numerous workshops and seminars geared toward training teachers of English. Professor Clark is an avid Scrabble player and is married with 2 daughters and 3 grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, students here, make welcome the chairperson for this afternoon's prize-giving ceremony, Professor Carol Clark. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This is the day that the Lord hath made. Let us rejoice and be glad. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that we are a little concerned about the weather, and we are bearing that in mind as we continue with our program. To our chaplain, who so ably led us in prayer, Reverend Bowen, members of the school board, past and present, and especially those who are among us today, Miss Kamisha Harrison, counsel, and one of our very own students, past students, Mr. Devon Smith and Mr. Hopeton Henry. We're thankful that you're here with us. The student council president, who is also a member of the board, Miss Pinnock. We wish you well and we welcome you. To our parents and our caregivers. And I want the graduates to give your parents and caregivers a round of applause. They have been good to you, they have nurtured you, and they are now reaping the fruit. And you all look so resplendent. To our staff, all categories of staff, past and present, admin, ancillary, academic, We thank you and we welcome you, and we are appreciative of the hard work that you have put, especially members of the graduation committee. We want to thank you. Members of the community who are here, and members of our sister institutions. I was advised that my husband is somewhere, oh, he's at the back there, somewhere around. Mr. Dennis Clark, the board chairman for Dintil Technical High School and retired principal of that institution. The members of, oh, I've mentioned that already, the graduates. We want to thank you for being here. We also have some past students among us. Ms. Camille Stewart Edwards, Ms. Chanel Gordon, and Ms. Alexi Edwards. And if there are others, I hope that I'll be advised so that you can be recognized and welcomed. But especially among us is our guest speaker, Dr. Shireen James Williamson, on stage with us. She is also a student, past student of this noble institution. Please welcome her. I know she'll be introduced later on. What does that say about our institution? It says that we embody excellence. Excellence in every way, in the academics, I'm mindful of the lightning, and also, if you notice our core values, they are visibly displayed. We want you all to be optimally rounded. And those who will be graduating soon, I want you to recognize the fact that reaching this stage is a privilege, it's an honor. I want you to cast your mind to the world around us now. There are thousands of young people who will never go to school, who can never finish school. There are thousands who are in war-torn countries, countries ravaged by famine. They will never get an education. So do not take what you are now having for granted. Be thankful for where you are and where you're going to be. And we wish you all the very best. I will be speaking later on, so I'm mindful of the weather, and we seem to have an extremely long program. I'm mindful of that as well, and I notice that my graduates are fanning. All right, so I will close off for now, but the next on this program is the musical selection from the band. It's an instrumental item. We'll be hearing from them at this time. What a scintillating performance. Quite delightful. Another round of applause, please. This is excellence in action. Leonica Sinclair, you're asked to meet backstage. At this time, we're going to be hearing from our principal. And you know, as a board, we are concerned about stewardship. So this is an opportunity for our principal to advise you, significant stakeholders, about the school and give an assessment of the year, the challenges, and of course, the accomplishments, the joys and the pleasures. Before he comes, though, I'd like to recognize Mr. Brown, a member of staff, former member of staff who has given over 30 years service to this institution. And his wife, Mrs. Valerie Brown, still on staff, and she is the chair of the graduation committee. So we see dedication to service. Yes, thank you very much. So Mr. Gale will now address you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Eagles, you see, today, this afternoon, is maybe the last for some of you to acknowledge that cry. While I know many will return in September. So once again, good evening, Eagles. Thank you, parents. Madam Chairperson, Professor Carl Clark, Miss Kamisha Harris, I call her Senior Eagle, Mr. Upton Henry, Mr. Devon Smith, other members on the platform, guest speaker, another Senior Eagle. It is indeed a pleasure, Dr. Shereen James Williamson. I do know we have some corporate members from the surrounding communities here and a representative of the PTA. I'm not seeing, maybe I've not identified herself. Our president would have been here, but due to matters beyond her beyond her control, she's not here. If there are principals from any neighboring schools and chairperson in the form of my very good friend, Mr. Clark, we go way back. Way, way back. And the Clark family is very synonymous to a very important family. To me, the Toomer family. I say no more. Graduates, parents again, well-wishers, good afternoon. A graduation ceremony is a very special occasion. A time to celebrate milestones and to contemplate a new chapter. Eagles, and to contemplate a new chapter. This evening, for all the years, this evening, not it? Anyhow, it's your evening too. And I hope for most, as you open new doors to the world of work, and for those who may move on to tertiary institution, with all that joy, hard work, and the challenge that go with it, please understand that the world does not wait on anyone. So graduates, you're either going to be alert, you're either going to now understand coping skills, or parents, your pocket going to feel it some more. The choice is yours. But allow me to spend a minute to direct a few comments to the graduates some more before I begin my formal presentation. And Madam Chair are going to cut it because, you know, our chair sometimes at board meeting will say, Principal, you know, we have a set time. So your report has to be, you have to capture it within that set time. And my students and staff knows their principal can talk and talk and talk. I'm going to try and see how I can cut the number of pages I have in half. Firstly, all the excitement, the pageantry of walking this afternoon in an orderly procession, and I observed it. Perhaps many of you might be feeling at this time that we're done with Charlemont. However, let me just try and tell you some key things. Make sure you know you must give God thanks. Give your parents another round of applause. It's incumbent on you not only to thank your parents, please make sure you remember your teachers, your siblings, your peers who gave you encouragement, the church family, and most of all, those in the community, because as you leave here, come in the morning, and you leave in the afternoon, do remember the community played its part too. So you didn't do it alone. Many individuals gave moral support, financial support, spiritual support. Now, as I present this report, I want to remind you, let me do it this way. How many of you graduates remember the theme at the start of school in September? I see some faces. I see some eyes. So let me remind you. Refocus. That sound familiar? Renew. Re-energize. And how are you going to do it? By operating in excellence. Thank you very much. So this year in review began in September 2022. Several activities were undertaken prior to the reopening of school for a smooth start. Thanking the admin staff led by our bursar and our senior secretary, who would have helped along with Mr. White and his team as we painted and cleaned and prepared the school grounds for you. Thanks to the PTA as well, a new PTA body which was sworn in recently. New staff were hired, staff meetings held, department meetings held, grade supervisors meeting, and the usual customary. But most of all, school improvement plan. That was worked on. I want to thank my two vice principals and senior members of staff. Well, all the staff that played their part in crafting the current school improvement plan. We would have had many difficulties. Reverend would have prayed about it. Ranging from staff to students, and by no easy feat wasn't easy going for us. As principal, I've always provided a listening ear. Is that so, Eagles? Is that so, Eagles? Or anything like you're not sure. Always provide a listening ear. Sometimes to the dismay of the admins, the academic staff. But I make no apologies. It was necessary. Charlemont High School in September will be 45 years old. Parents, 45 years old. A grown man, would you not want to say? So we have had many good and many bad times. Many joyous occasions. And might I say, I have also faced some very sad moments. But notwithstanding, I am proud to stand here as your principal. And I will continue to do my work. And I do it through the Lord. I want to especially congratulate each of you as you would have navigated the restricted COVID-19 teaching modality. Thank you, parents. There were moments where many of you would have also gotten a little testy with us, whether they were getting the work or not. But thanks even more so to the staff who continued to work with them. I've been saying this every graduation, and I will not stop saying it as long as I am the principal here. We boast a cadre of well-qualified teaching staff, second to none. And so, as the graduates sit here, I know, they know, their teachers would have done their best for them. So while we await the results in September or late August, I'm sure that the results will be good. Is that so? Thank you. I hear the parents more saying yes. Whilst the government provide a small contribution per capita for students, parents, your financial support is what helps to keep the school looking as good as it does. Please continue to do and make your contributions. The problems that we would have encountered through the year, while we remain committed and daunted, and we tackle them, with good help from corporate past students, who some are on the platform, and they will be doing a special presentation in memory of one who would have served us and has passed away recently. Want to thank them. Our students continue to do comparatively well in external exams. CAPE, advanced component of CXC, or CSEC, rather, consistently maintain a fairly good percentage passes. A number of subjects kept their 100% pass rate. Others, high 90s and 80s. Math and science, we are not as pleased as we would like to, and we're unable to boast the way I would have loved to. But with the hard work of the department, I'm sure we will see improvement in the near future. A comprehensive assessment of students' performance in regards to internal exams show that some grade level and some subject areas are doing fairly well. The curriculum implementation team, assisted and led by Vice Principal in charge of academics, Mr. Souza, along with grade supervisors, heads of department, review the government's curriculum in order to make changes where necessary. There's a bus CP8098 white Nissan. Please, could you attend to that vehicle? White Nissan bus. You are blocking. Please. School resource team, along with the board and external members, have been working to deal with a series of poor social behavior among a small percentage of our school community. But that small percent sometimes makes such a loud noise. Such a loud noise. And with the use of social media, portrays the school in such an ugly way. Graduates, I know you will speak to your friends who are still here. And there is one or two graduates who may have played their part. I ask that you change, use the social media in a different way, in a way to make yourself proud and resourceful with cash rather than the ugliness. So we work tirelessly, unrelentingly in managing that aspect of governance. Parents, I know many times some of you are sad. I see some of the comments. I too myself are sad at the comments some of you have to make. And ask why. But this is your school. So I equally too ask that you be kind to us as we try our best to work with each and every one of your children, your child, because they are God's gift to us. And the dean would have felt the blow in one bad incident. But we're moving on. The struggle continues. A group of past students have banded to assist the school in a tangible way in surmounting some of these challenges. And we look forward to the group who will be successful in benefiting in September 2023 from these scholarships. We want to thank the past students wholeheartedly for that. We, however, welcome any assistance that can assist in the school's development and our students' academics. However, let me sound a warning. While you come and you make your contribution, the day-to-day management still resides in the principal. And the policy direction is that of the school board. And we will continue to ensure that that is maintained. So I ask the past students to be very mindful of this. We welcome you back because this also is your school. And you also want to see it thrive and soar to excellence. I'm going to cut the pages. So I would have said the PTA is a new body led by Miss Kimberly Parks, a dynamic lady. And while she may be large in size, don't trifle with her. A very powerful, energetic, no-nonsense president. Co-curriculum, Clubs and societies are up and running. Performing arts, you would have seen the excellent performance. Even when I run into one or two of you, and we have a bunk shoulder sometime. The debating team would have done well. Our school challenge team would have moved to the second round, notwithstanding that we are accustomed to go further. Music department and others are equally continuing to make the school and bring the school into the public sphere in a positive way. I want to thank all members of staff, including Mr. Powell, who recently returned to us, having successfully written for his second degree. School spirit, it's still a work in progress. Still a work in progress. Graduates, you have that in your hands to change it in a positive way. Speak good of your school. How many times? What is your principal's alma mater? What school your principal went? Thank you. Because that's how proud I am of my alma mater, Kingston College. Fortes Cadre said they were non-protest. And even at my age, we continue to fight. And on the field of competition, fiercest you can't find in Kingston College. We want that for Charlemont as well. External exams would now have concluded. We look forward to the results. We have a rich history to protect. Graduates are rich. I know you would have done it already. Papers are in and so forth. We continue to prepare the grounds, even if a few times that we have to fight with Mr. White and his team. But can't you say, coming on this afternoon, parents, were you pleased? Were you pleased? Thank you. You want to go down to some of the bathrooms and see what them do though. You'll be surprised. So we have to be constantly repairing. And one of the things, Madam Chair, members of the board, is how to get our students to protect the furniture. Every morning, Mr. Lee is having to take 2, 3, 4 broken chairs and desks. We're now having a big heap after we would have cleared that heap 3 years ago. We're now getting back to a big heap around there. Outreach program continues, and our students, through various service clubs, continue to give and show their appreciation of especially the elderly and those to whom are not able to take good care of themselves because of age. And finally now, students, I'm about to close. And parents, and I know I wasn't the guest speaker. So in concluding this report, as I would have mentioned, we would have lost 2 members of staff recently. Mr. Gladstone Thomas, who was a dynamic teacher who would have served over 30 years and was recently retired. May his soul rest in peace. And also a member of staff who would have lost again in another tragic way. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetually shine upon him. I've given you my usual tidbits. I watched a young man seem bored. I hope you were listening. So let me give you my parting encouragement as usual. Can't change doing this. We'll never stop doing it. Your life is your story. Listen to me, graduates. Even everyone actually in the audience. Your life is your story. And the adventures ahead of you is the journey to fulfill on the purpose and the potential. Go forth and be worthwhile citizens in whatever sphere of life you choose. Graduates, parents, members of the board, special invited guests, good afternoon and thank you.
Well done, Sir Principal. Let us pause to acknowledge Mr. Garwood, the current principal of Dint Hill Technical High School, and his charming wife. Please stand and be recognized. And I must say that I also have the honor of teaching him at the Michael many years ago. While the Theatre Arts Society gets ready for their creative piece, which is our next item, just to say a few words, read the principal's address to all of us. He mentioned the school improvement plan, the SIP. Now, that is very important in any school, because this is where we know what you're going to do, your short-term, your medium-term, and your long-term plans for the development of the institution. And this is where every stakeholder has to play his or her part. I am a little dismayed, and I'm sure the board members are too, that our students are not taking care of the facilities. Now, whether you believe it or not, parents, you are paying for what your children are destroying. It is our taxes. So please, treat the furniture as you would those at your home, because this is your home away from home. And I must also mention the antisocial behavior of a few, and this is such a small minority. However, with the power of social media, it just takes one incident and one person, and all the excellence and everything that we've been doing for decades will be forgotten. So I want us to be a little bit more responsible. Virtual footprints are real, and anything you post never gets deleted. You could scrub until tomorrow. If you have a good IT person, they can resurrect it, and they appear as they're almost from the dead. So, young people, as you're going out, be careful. Let us love this institution. It is our own. We do too much of the bad mouthing. Some people in other jurisdictions, they love their school. You can't say anything bad about it. Let us adopt that as well. This is our home. This is our school. And a word to the parents and the students. Exam results will be out in a few months. By mid-August, I want us to be careful in how we treat results when they come. As a chief examiner, I know the anguish that can happen when parents are disappointed and children are disappointed and they turn on each other. If the results are not what you're expecting, find a way to manage it without causing too much harm. It's difficult. I know you've spent your money. But remember, we can chastise them, but in love. Don't let them feel so rejected that they'd want to harm themselves. All right? Could we hear now from the Theatre Arts Society? They will be entertaining us at this time.
Finally now I can get a chance to link up with my friends and dance across the stage again. finally with the truck. Now we out of the cage, boy. We going back up now. Back up on stage. Going back up now. Back up on stage. Going back up now. Back up on stage. Going back up now. Back up, hey. Thousands they coming back home again. They eager to touch on the road again. The energy come by the truckload again. It's pure mass ready for the road. Finally could park up with the sunlight. Finally this freedom there is all mine. We pull up by the mass come for the call time. Because this is the moment, yeah, finally now I can get a chance to link up with my friends and dance across the stage again. The stage again. The stage again. Finally we back on the stage. Finally we on stage. Finally with the truck. Now we out of the cage, boy. Back on the stage. Finally we on stage. Finally with the truck. Now we out of the cage, boy. We going back up now. Back up on stage. Going back up now. Back up on stage. Going back up now. Back up on stage. Going back up now. Back up, hey. Oh Lord, I sound to me son of friends. I'm thankful I see them all again. The whole team bouncing like a ball again. Full blast ready for the road. Finally I could go back to real life. Almost forget what bumpers it just feel like. No clouds in the sky, now I could feel like. Oh Lord, this is the moment, yeah, finally now I can get a chance to link up with my friends and dance across the stage again.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you can do a little bit better than that. At least it kept you up. At this point, we are at the stage where we are going to be participating in a very symbolic activity. It is called the passing of the torch. And this is going to be led by Miss Trudy Antrail. And she'll be joined by Alim Allen, grade 11, Leonica Sinclair, grade 7, and Saffron Phillips of grade 7. Those who are so involved, kindly step forward.
Members of the podium, or parents, guardians, well supporters, members of staff, graduates, a pleasant afternoon to you all. The passing of the torch was first introduced by Mrs. Florence Ferguson in 2003. Students from the very first batch handed over the torch to the incoming batch, encouraging them to carry on the school's noble tradition. Since then, representatives of the outgoing batch passed the symbolic torch to representatives of the first form batch, grade 7. Today, Alim Allen is representing the graduating batch as he receives the torch when he was in grade 7, and he will pass it to Leonica Sinclair and Juwayne Wilson, representing the current grade 7 batch.
This is a solemn year for us. The end has come. Our 5 years here at Charlemont I is over. What we have made of it is now history. Some of us are proud of it. Some are filled with regrets, but we have to move on. School is a place to showcase your skills and talents. There are countless of opportunities here, but remember, with opportunities comes responsibilities. Ignore the bad influences and emulate the good, so when you get to this stage, you will be proud of yourselves. I now hand over this torch to you. I charge you to respect and maintain the high ideals and standards set by this noble institution. Always strive for excellence. Batch 47, we are counting on you.
We, we will carry the torch. We will lift flame. We will lift high the flame. Striving for excellence will always be our aim.
Thank you, everyone.
Well done. And that young man who is exiting the stage, Mr. Allen, is a brave, brave young man. I was advised that his father passed, and the funeral will be on July 9th at 11 at the Linstead Seventh-day Adventist Church. Let us continue to keep him and the family in prayer. It must be very hard on him, but it's also a kind of bittersweet situation because here he is doing so well. So let us celebrate even in the sadness. At this time, we'll have the charge to the graduates, and this will be done by Miss Kimone Edwards.
Charlemont High School, good afternoon. Good afternoon. No, man, I want something healthier than that. Good afternoon. Graduates, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? Hungry. Hungry, that's okay. We'll soon be over. All right, so the principal, Mr. Garth Gale, teachers, members of the podium, parents, and all other members of staff, let me first say a pleasant afternoon to you all. Now, I want to give a special greeting to all our precious graduates here celebrating this special occasion. Congratulations on overcoming this milestone. Now, it was not very long ago that I was in your positions, sitting in these same chairs or similar chairs, with big smiles like some of you are wearing as much as you are hungry, eager to experience all that life has to offer. I can remember the thrill of making my parents and teachers proud. And while this is a joy that must be honored, let me first say that the next couple of years for you will not be easy. It will not be a bed of roses. They will not be all sunshine and rainbows. Each of you will walk a different path. There are those of you who are not yet sure what you want to do after graduation. Am I right? And then there are those of you who have planned for the next 5 years or 3 years ahead. But for all of you, there will be failures, but there will also be victories. You will have smiles and laughters, but you will also have tears. You will have success, but on the way there will be disappointments. It is not a road set in stone, but every time you fail or fall, you must rise and you must take flight. You must soar like eagles. Charlemont High School class of 2023, today is a momentous occasion. As you stand on the precipice of your future, I want to take a moment to reflect on your incredible journey thus far and inspire you to soar to even greater heights. Now you are about to embark on a new chapter in your lives, armed with knowledge, skills, and experiences that will shape your destiny. Remember, you are true eagles, and it's time for you to spread your wings and take flight. Now, throughout your years at Charlemont, you have demonstrated resilience, determination, and an unwavering spirit. You have faced the challenges head on, conquered obstacles, and grown in ways you may not have thought possible. Now, as you step into the world beyond these hallways, it is crucial to hold on to that eagerness to face whatever comes your way, using our core values, and these are my core values as well, because I was here, of love, belief in God, tolerance, respect, honesty, accountability, and integrity. Use these as your guiding principles. As eagles, you possess unique qualities that set you apart. Just as these majestic birds soar high above the clouds, you too must strive for greatness and reach for the skies. Embrace the following principles as you navigate your journey. 1, embrace your individuality. Each one of you is a unique individual with distinct talents, passions, and dreams. Embrace who you are and let your authenticity shine. Don't be afraid to take risks and stand out from the crowd. Your individuality is your greatest strength. 2, pursue your passions. Life is too short to settle for mediocrity. Find what sets your soul on fire and pursue it relentlessly. Whether it's art, science, business, or any other field, follow your passions with unwavering dedication. Remember, true success is born from doing what you love. 3, embrace lifelong learning. Some of you think this is where it ends, but graduating from high school does not mark the end of your educational journey. Rather, it is just the beginning. Embrace the mindset of a lifelong learner. Seek knowledge, expand your horizons, and stay curious. The world is ever revolving, and staying ahead requires constant growth. 4, embrace failure as a stepping stone. Failure is not the end. It is an opportunity for growth. Do not fear setbacks, but see them as a stepping stone to your path to success. Learn from your mistakes, adapt, and keep moving forward. Remember, every single successful person has faced failure at some point. It's how you bounce back that really matters. 5, build meaningful connections. Surround yourself with like-minded individuals who uplift and inspire you. Network, collaborate, and build meaningful connections. The journey ahead is not meant to be traveled alone. Seek mentors, support one another, and remember that your success is intertwined with the success of those around you. And finally, give back to your community. Give back to your school. As eagles, you have a responsibility to give back to your community. Use your talents and skills to make a positive impact in the lives of others. Be a force for good. Advocate for change, and never forget the importance of compassion and empathy. Remember, class of 2023, the world is waiting on you to spread your wings and soar. Believe in yourselves, trust in your abilities, and be relentless in the pursuit of your dreams. The road may not always be easy, but the spirit of true eagles, with that spirit of true eagles, you will overcome every challenge and reach new heights. As true eagles, we acknowledge that we are the pantheons of change that our society wants to see. Now, in the words of Michael Josephson, take pride in how far you've come. Have faith in how far you can go, but don't forget to enjoy the journey. Congratulations on your graduation, and may you embrace the limitless possibilities that lie ahead. Fly high, class of 2023, and may your journey be filled with success, happiness, and fulfillment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Edwards. Quite articulate and such a relevant piece of information. At this point, we're going to be having another item from the Theatre Arts Society, this time a speech item.
want art, turn up your nose. Without the arts in the world, we will be all alone. I worry without color, I worry without music. Trust me, man, if it was real, I will lose it. Can't get for dance, get for jab, can't get for rock. No kumina, no calypso, no culture shock. Can't stop it flow, cause everywhere you see it, that's all you know. We are to a beat. We are to a beat, we are to a beat, we are to a beat. We are to boop boop, boop boop, boop boop. We are to a beat. Imagine a world without drama, nothing to reflect life, nothing to make you cry. No liver, no Denzel, no Glenn Campbell. You honor and revere, but when it's a art, that's a matter interfere. Use your talents for your selfish gain. If you bear with it with work, the arts need a raise. Everywhere you turn, whether death or life, that's all you know. We are. A beat. We are to beat, we are to beat, we are to beat.
Namagudas! 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 Me say me just a come from overgraduation. Me say it was a eyelash parade. Me never know if so eyelash did popular. Uncle me and Pinky never did a wear. But me say, let me take off my shoes for that one year. Me say, Missy Nano teeth bozo. Me say, she in a piece of eyelash well long like a plane wing. Me never know say, it look like she did ready for take off. But you see the only reason why she not take off yet? Because she couldn't see if it do it. So, me did in the heat to walk over there and ask her what that she have on. So, me take myself and me go over there. And me say, Bozo, good as, what that you have on? She say, she wear a drill. Me say, a drill? I want name so. She say, it come in a different number. The bigger the number, the fluffier and thicker it get. So, me start walk round and ask people about the different eyelash in the eyelash world. Me say, girl, if you now wear eyelash, nothing are going for you. So, me go and a group round her back there. Run a back, you know what them people are on a back? Yeah, if them never sit on good, the whole light gone. And you would hear, fly it high in the sky, let the whole world know. So, I just I'm go and I know about the different type of eyelash them. Now, you have one when you whisk. You see that one there? It shall come right up in your so I crease. You see it? Yeah. And you have one named volume. The one there full. Yeah. And then you have one when you fan. It long bow so. And it can take you up so. And flip your own so. So. I just some go. I'm know. But guess who come a graduation? Lele. Me say, you want to see the one with Lele Avan. She don't look good. But me tell you something. Lele feels challenging. So she never look good. But anyways, when we come to realize, is that I know everybody eyelash fit. Yeah. And then, the eye never designed for carry so much weight. Yeah. But anyways, my friend Bozo, you know what Bozo good as? Yeah. She did, between me and Uno, she did give me one. And I eat. Me I go over my yard, go try on. So later.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not short on entertainment at all. I hope that these items were submitted at JCDC. Okay. Yes. Yeah, if we had time, but we'll see. Quite entertaining. We acknowledge on stage Mr. Harry Scott, JP, former member of staff and Dean of Discipline of this institution. Yes. Yes. At this time, we are going to have Sajerara Mori, I hope I pronounced it right, but she can correct me. She'll be introducing the guest speaker. Could you come forward, please?
Distinguished distinguished guests, teachers, parents, guest speakers, a pleasant afternoon to you all. Dr. Shereen James Williamson, a past student of the Charlemont High School, is senior lecturer and museum curator in the Department of Geography and Geology. She holds a Bachelor's of Science in the Earth Science and Doctorate of Philosophy in Geology from the University of the West Indies. She also holds a postgraduate diploma in education and diploma in chemical technology. She is the head of department of the Geography and Geology and served previously as Associate Dean for Undergraduate Matters since 2019 to 2022, and Associate Dean for Outreach since 2017 to 2019 at the Faculty of Science and Technology. She studied at the University of Liverpool on a Commonwealth Split-Side Scholarship since 2003 to 2004. In Liverpool, she gained valuable experience in museum curatorship while volunteering at the National Museum. Prior to joining the academic staff at the University of the West Indies, she was employed at the Natural History Museum of Jamaica at the Institute of Jamaica as Education Outreach Officer since 2006 to 2009. Dr. James Williamson has held numerous academic and research roles, including project-led UNESCO, Bringing Geology and Geoheritage to Life project. The co-led on the UNESCO commissioned study, Geoparks in SIDS, UNESCO-funded vulnerability of the culture sector in Jamaica, as well as adjunct lecturer at the Chartered Teachers College. The CFLI funded education enhancement project at the St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic Church, among others. Dr. James Williamson has numerous publications in various peer-reviewed journals and books within the areas of her research specialization, which includes sedimentology, stratigraphy, geoheritage, and geoarchaeology. She delivers courses at first to third year levels and supervises undergraduate and postgraduate research projects, and currently has 2 master's students in geology program. As museum curator, Dr. James Williamson keeps and cares for the geological collections at the UWI-GM. She also prepares and provides educational programs for students, teachers, and the general public. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. James Williamson.
Good afternoon, everyone. You know, I'm sure the students will recognize when when you're in class and it's your turn, the teacher is going around the room and it's your turn. And you say, but she just said my word. She give my answer. You have heard almost everything that I'm going to talk about. The difference is this evening, I'm going to give you from one eagle to another. I'm going to give it to you the way I got it, the way I learned it, the way I've moved through my life with it. And hopefully you will gain some insight and you will be guided in your own life. Without further ado, let me first say good evening to our board chair and chairman for this evening's proceedings, Professor Carol Clark. Let me also say greetings to board members, Principal Mr. Garth Gale, vice principals, teachers, staff members, parents, well-wishers, and friends, and last but by no means least, the persons for whom we are here to celebrate and honor this evening, our graduates. So it is my pleasure, and of course I am full of pride and I'm filled with humility to be here to talk with all of you today about a little snapshot in my life. When Mrs. Schloss-Brown called me, she said that the theme was refocus, renew, re-energize, operate in excellence. Not only did she tell me what it was, she sent it to me in a WhatsApp message. And I called her up, and she said, did you see the theme? And I said, of course. But I think it's a really big one. You sure you want me to do it? And her words to me, she said, modify it if you need to. It's okay to do with it what you need. And I said to her, it sounds like you're going to give this speech. You want to write it for me? And although what she said and what we were talking about, we were laughing, and it was an absolute joke, it just epitomizes what we do here at Charlemont High School. We modify it, we work with it, and we aim high with it. And when we are through, we are on top. Our school reminds us striving for excellence. The school song says striving always for excellence. That word isn't a simple word, you know, always. Somebody ever tell you, you always, and you always. It makes you feel like you're, you know, if it's something positive, you feel rich. And if it's something negative, you feel that, so that word always is very, very significant. So this afternoon, I'm going to tell you 3 things. I'm not going to fill you up with quotes. I'm going to give you the real deal. I'm not going to give you any hypothetical scenarios. I'm not going to give you any expressions to inspire you to soar and all of that. But I do hope that when I'm through, you will feel like soaring with me. I will demonstrate to you what refocus, renew, re-energize, and operating in excellence really is when you look through the eye of a lens and look back into one's life. So I'm going to tell you from this eagle, who is not a young eagle anymore, and to you guys who are about to embark, I believe that you will see in this what I hope you will see. So the first thing, grow or bloom where you are planted. My father was a hard taskmaster. If I got 98, he wanted to know where the other 2 was. So of course, when other children and their parents were looking for schools for common entrance, well, you guys know about PEP and GSAT now. Common entrance, ask your grandma. Long, long time. That time we didn't have communication task, we had mental ability. So, when everybody else was looking for St. Jago and St. Catherine and Immaculate and Holy Childhood, my father said, Charlemont first choice, Charlemont second choice, Charlemont third choice, and he wrote it down with confidence on that piece of paper that came from the ministry. Nowadays you have 5 choices, right? We had 3, and my 3 choices was here. I arrived, and I can't say I didn't want to come. I can't say I wanted to come. I can't even remember. All I knew was from that day, Charlemont was my first, second, and third choice. I knew where I was going, regardless, right? Because the ministry going to give you your first choice, or your second choice, or your third choice, and I had one and the same, right? My dad's rationale was, it's just down the road. Yeah, absolutely practical. You can be whatever you want to be at any institution. Him said, by the way, when roadblock and flatbridge broke, and how you going to come home? Charlemont it is. And here I was. I was planted. Did I bloom? I don't know. You be the judge. I performed excellently. I hit all the marks. Everything was well. I was either first or second in my class. I had a friend, Penny. I'll say Penny because I don't want to give her a real name. And when she was first, I was second. When I was first, she was second. And we went like that for years, right? Whatever it was, I was performing, and I was performing well. You will find yourself performing. You will find yourself in situations where you think, oh, sorry. I was hoping it could be anchored somewhere. Yeah. You will find situations where you think you don't fit. You will find situations where things are not going well. But guess what? When you're planted, you know, some people talk about having a green thumb, and they plant something, and no matter what they plant, it just comes. Let that be you. When you are planted, you grow and you bloom, and you use it as an example, as an experience for everything that you're going to do. So it doesn't matter when you are finished with this stage of your life, the next step you make through the gates of this school, whatever you choose to do, anchor in it, grow in it, and bloom with it. Because whatever you're doing, that is what you are meant to be doing at that time. Right? That brings me to the second thing. Adversity is the preparation for greatness. I was flying high. Things were great. As I tell you, I did well. But several things happened, and I will only tell you about 3 of them today. Hurricane Gilbert. Oh, no, don't know Gilbert. Maybe you have to go ask your parents to tell you a little bit about Gilbert. Maybe you have to go listen while Gilbert from Loving there. You can YouTube it, trust me. You will be vastly entertained. 1990, my dad left. He went on a vacation abroad for 28 years. You know those kind of vacations? Yes. So, again, in 1992, I took my CXCs. What do you think happened? I failed all but geography. Remember, you know, first in my class or second in my class, average above 80, flying high, doing well, everything set, right? Now, can you imagine? Now, back then, 3s weren't a pass. So even though I got some 3s, that never mean anything, right? And I'm telling you this because a lot of people don't know that about me. They see what I'm doing now, and they see all the things I do and how well I do them. But I had this thing that I could not see beyond. But look at me. I'm beyond it. A lot of you will not get the one you wanted. You might get a 2. And trust me, when I went to university, a B was the worst thing you could ever give to me. And that's just how some of us are. We are high achievers, and we want to achieve high all the time. But sometimes things don't go our way. So these events were life-changing. Fantastic. These events were life-changing. But I also had great lessons from them. Now, let me just admit, the lessons never come same time, you know. It never does. And your parents will say, don't worry, you will learn from it. Trust and believe. It's not going to be tomorrow. It's not going to be next week. Sometimes it takes almost a lifetime for you to reflect on that thing and realize that that thing made me learn about me. And we have to recognize in our lives when things affect us. So parents, this is where I say to you, some of us when we are teenagers, and many of our graduates, some of them, the skies were as gray as they are now. For me, many days my skies were gray. But guess what? We don't wear it on our sleeves, As teenagers, we are very good about showing what's fine, what's nice, what's cool, what's great. Some of us are not well. And parents, sometimes you make us even more unwell. We need to hold on to our children and ensure that when they have gray skies, you will help to make them see a little blue. Because if you do not, they're going to fall by the wayside. They're going to find comfort in all sorts of things. And when this happens and you lose them, what are you going to do? Not that it's too late, but you need to observe and see when their skies are gray. You need to provide that magic wand that moves the clouds and make the sky blue again. So if you remember nothing from what I talk about, remember that as a parent, sure, we're going to do a lot of wrong things and ruin our children, but be there for them. Help them to see blue skies when the skies are gray. Teenagers have a lot of stress. And people don't want to believe that we have stress when we're teenagers because we're not paying rent, we're not paying light bill, we have a phone, we're on TV, watching TV every day. We have gray skies, and it is your responsibility to help to shift those clouds and bring a sunny day. So what did I learn from my dad leaving? I learned that I am resilient. I learned that sometimes things have to be removed from you for you to see the value in you. And sometimes the value in you is greater than the value you can see anywhere. Thank you. What did I learn after my father left? That my mother is a phenomenal woman. My mother exude creativity. And many of the teachers, Mr. Brown, Mr. Scott, they know my parents. And I can tell you, Charlemont was our school. My brothers before me, my sister after me, we were Charlemont High School. We walked, talked, breathed Charlemont. You talk to my parents, they tell you about Charlemont, even now. Yes, my father came back from his 28-year vacation, right? Strangely enough, he lives with me. And this is what life throws at you, right? I won't say much more on that, but life throws that at you, and you know that you have grown and you have lived and you have learned, and there's nothing that somebody can take away from you, right? So, of course, we learned to dig deep. We learned that our mother was resilient, and you learn how to make money stretch. A lot of you probably know how to make money stretch when you want to buy your credit and buy all these things while you are in school, especially during COVID when we had Zoom classes. But let me tell you, learning to make money stretch, I never knew money was so elastic until I had children of my own. I was stretching money when I was in college, and I was stretching money. But let me tell you something. Money can stretch. Mommies and daddies out there, you stretch out the money for the CXC and the Cape. Right? You stretch out the money. You see how them look nice over there? You stretch out the money, Because when they step out, you want them to step out in style. And this is what we want, for us to be creative with what we are doing and for our children to learn from that creativity, because it will make them resilient. It will make them strong. It will make them tough. It will make them better than you. So, of course, we're at the CXC. My disaster. Oh, why did I fail them? Only Lord knows. Maybe the bell curve never worked in my favor, but it wasn't only me, it was quite a lot of us. And I spoke to somebody recently who had people in her class in a completely different school, in a completely different parish. They all experienced the same thing. So I feel that she exceeded broke that year. But still you had to learn from it, right? I remember redoing those CXCs. My mother came and spoke to the principal. I believe Mr. Trail was principal at the time, and asked him if I could repeat. When she came home and tell me about repeat, I'm like, but everybody know I went to valedictory service. I can't go back. And my mother said, Charlemont, you shall go. Charlemont, you shall bloom, and when you are through blooming at Charlemont, you shall bloom somewhere else. So I returned. I got everything. Ones, many ones, and twos, right? And here I am to testify to the fact that failing some CXCs 1 year don't mean disaster for the rest of your life. So now you understand the refocus. Now you understand the re-energize. Now you understand operational excellence. You have to be moving with it for it to work. You can't just take it up today and say, yeah, you know, think I'm going to be excellent today. So, you know, I'm going to put on my best suit. I'm going to comb up my hair. And when I step out, I'm going to be excellent. It has to be a way of life. Excellence must be habit forming. I totally agree. It must be habit forming so that every day when you step out, sure, you are stepping out in excellence. Because you have to be prepared. You can't just step out and just step out so. Right? Don't worry, I'm soon done. So, that takes me now to the next thing. I'm leaving out some, I'm following the principal's direction, right? Him cut out some, so me I cut out some too, right? So, the greater the obstacle, the more the glory in overcoming it. Let me tell you, full of story today now. So, I was at UE, it was either 99 or 2000 when we were having a day of recollection before exams. We usually have retreats. I was a member of the Catholic student movement. And I remember the nun who was chaplain at the time, Sister Luce, she had an exercise. And she said, okay, I'm giving everybody some paper and a pen, and you have to chart your life. And I'm like, chart your life? What, we just need to read some Bible and sing 2 songs. I don't want to chart no life. It sounds like work. I want to go home, go study for exams. And she said, for every time you are sad or down, draw a valley. And when you are happy, when something joyful happens in your life, you draw a hill. Now, I'm a science student, right? Student of science. Mrs. Fife would be very proud. So I drew a graph. So on my graph, on the y-axis, was emotions. And on my x-axis was time in years, right? And it was a very emotional, I never expected to be so emotional from drawing one little diagram. And I sat down and I drew this thing from birth up until that day. And I remember bawling my eyes out when I had to talk about it, to the point where they said, it's okay if you don't want to talk. But you know when something just inside you and you want to get it out, and it came out in all of my emotions. You know what my graph told me? Every time I had a low point, the next step was even higher. And my entire graph was trending upwards. So you know what happened? I realized, my skies didn't have to be gray. I am responsible for my happy. You hear that? You are responsible for your happy. Don't let anybody take your happy away. When you sit down, and I suggest that you try this exercise, maybe not today, today is joyous, right? But At some point, try this exercise. Parents, you can do it too. And just think about your life. You may not have to draw a graph or draw a mountain, but just think about it. On the occasions when you felt low, wasn't there great rejoicing afterwards? The triumphant things that happened afterwards. It's almost like that valley was preparing you. It was making you into pure gold, and you were being made ready. That was me that day. I recognized that I didn't have to have gray skies. So I moved from a youngster whose father went on vacation. I moved from, I did remember that I failed those CXCs. I moved from losing all of my baby pictures, losing our roof, losing everything during Gilbert. I moved from all of that sadness into absolute joy. Do you know why? Because that moment when I was emotional and feeling down, when I released all of that, I had great rejoicing. And we have to recognize that it's in the Bible. You go through the valley, yeah? So when I went through my valley, I had to come out victorious and even on a higher level, right? We have to find our mountain. We are destined to find our mountain. We are ordained to find our mountain. But in so much as we are ordained to find our mountain, we are also ordained to find the valley that leads us to that mountain. So I say to you this evening, when you're going through the valley, don't worry about it, the mountain not far. So what am I saying in all of this? Build a foundation. Plant your foot firmly. Be rooted. Draw on the support of your family and friends, church, school, your teachers. The resources are everywhere. Let me tell you, the teachers of CHS, because my parents was so enough, they knew us. They knew me. I couldn't step out of line. But I can tell you, when I had my gray skies, there were many teachers that helped me to see blue skies, even when I didn't know blue skies existed. So at this point, I want to just say thank you, Charlemont High School. You were a part of making me who I am. You were part of my seeking the mountain. Me no don't climb though, you know, right? You can't stop climb. Have a plan. Without a plan, you can't change paths, you can't change course, you can't refocus, you can't renew, you can't re-energize. You need a plan. So, you don't get into the sixth form you want. What's the plan? So, you didn't get the summer job you want. What's the plan? You didn't get the scholarship you want. What's the plan? Set up an alternative. Set up 2, set up 3. And parents, let me tell you, university not cheap. But I remember, even though my mother did not know where to find student loan, we jumped on a bus, we went downtown, and we found student loan, and my mother helped to put together every single piece of paper that was required for me to get that student loan, for me to get a university education, and here we are. You must support your children. Walk off your shoes heel if you must. Because they will learn what walking off your shoes heel will result into. Their success. You will pass that on as a hidden thing to them to pass on. That's, you know, people talk about generational wealth and they make it seem like generational wealth is always money. Let me tell you, generational wealth is resilience. Generational wealth is what you learn from your parents, from your grandparents. And you bring that with you every single step of the way to help you to live a good, decent life. Reflect. Evaluate. Take a do-over. See me the do-over, me CXCs? Sometimes you just need a do-over. You know, when you play a game and you roll the dice and one of them drop off, some games make you lose a turn. In this game of life, you can get a do-over. And don't let anybody tell you that you can't get a do-over. You don't have to do the same thing. But you can always do something to correct the thing that you didn't get or didn't succeed at. As Miss Edwards said, you're going to have failures. If you talk to your parents, if they're willing to admit, they will tell you the number of times the valley came to them, right? But we can't give up. Don't forget to help others along the way. Our life is our journey. But it's meaningless if you don't help people. And you're not helping people to put it up on a little chart and say, yeah, I helped 10 people today. You just do it because, one, you learned that here. And two, helping people is just who we are supposed to be. I have tried to operate in excellence. Even though adversity and failure was there, I have risen above all that would have defeated me. And sure, it has defeated others. But they didn't have support. I had the backing of Charlemont High School for many years. I had the backing of my teachers and lecturers in university. I had family, I had friends. You too will have these. But seek out the good ones, yeah? Because not all the friends are friends. What country people say, I know every teeth can a laugh? All right. Me no need for say more upon that. As you're about to step out into the world, maybe some of you will step towards Department of Geography and Geology. Yes, sir, it's a shameless plug. But whatever you do, step out in confidence. You have been equipped. You have been made into who you are. And as Miss Edwards also said, you are individuals. You will move into what you are expected to, what you are supposed to, what you define for yourself. Step out knowing that you have been prepared. You can't ball in a life. Now that coffee say. So all we're going to do, all when the bad things happen, we're going to do what? Toast. Right? You know, for some of us, we grew up hearing that you must give thanks every time. Give God thanks every time. All when things don't go your way, give thanks same way. And you just walk up and down and you give thanks, right? It's the same thing. You know you are equipped. Just step out in confidence and make it happen. Because you are eagles. And that's what we do. I can name out some of our eagles who have excelled beyond measure, both here and abroad. Right? So you are walking in the footsteps of greatness so that others can walk in your footsteps towards greatness. So just remember that you are just like they passed the torch a while ago, you are passing into the next phase so others can follow you. Your only limitation is your imagination. So congratulations, class of 2023. You are eagles, so soar.
Ladies and gentlemen, this deserves a standing ovation. I think we all should stand and applaud. Well done, Madam Brand Ambassador, because that's what you are. Thank you. At this time, we will be hearing from our graduates. They will do a selection for us. So class of 2023, over to you.
Testing 1 2.
1 2. Two.
Just get up and try again. Never lose hope, never lose faith. There's much too much at stake. Upon myself I must depend. I'm not looking for place or sure I'm gonna win. Don't stop me now. There's still ways to go. Someday, somehow, whatever it takes, I know I never quit. No, 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 I never lay down. I'll be sure that you remember my name 100 years from now. I never give up, never give in, never let the ray of doubt slip in. Never look on, I never fail. I just get up and try again. Never lose hope, never lose faith. There's much too much at stake. Upon myself I must depend. I'm not looking for place, not sure I'm gonna. Falling in love. Never lose hope, never lose faith. There's much too much at stake. Upon myself I must depend. I'm not looking for place to show I'm gonna win. Never give up, never give in. Never let the ray of doubt slip in. And if I fall, I never fail. Then just get up and try again. Never lose hope, never lose faith. There's much too much at stake. Upon myself I must depend. I'm not looking for place, not sure I'm gonna win. I'm not looking for place, not sure I'm gonna win. I'm not looking for place, not sure I'm gonna win.
Come on, put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for them again, one more time, bigger than that. Wonderful. So I've been preparing students for graduation since 2001. Thank you. Yes, I've been, let me blow so like I'm in sing. I've been preparing students for graduation since 2001. And this batch, in terms of behavior and discipline, is the best. So put your hands together for them. All right. And they sound really good as well. Thank you.
I endorse every word, Mr. Powell. What a wonderful example of musical excellence. At this time, we're going to be having the valedictory presentation. So these students are going to be participating. Shantavia Donaldson and Daniel Earl from grade 11, and Kalia Heaven and Avron Lang from grade 13.
Principal, vice principal, chairman of the school board, school chaplain, or guest speaker, members of the academic staff, members of the administrative staff, parents, teachers, and my fellow graduates, a felicitous afternoon to you all. It is with great pleasure that we are gathered here today to say our final goodbye to such a noble institution and highlight some of our very own best moments. 5 years ago, we walked through the gates of Charlemont High, uniforms well pressed, shoes well cleaned, hair properly groomed, and our bags packed and ready for us to take on this new journey. And of course, it was a new school year, and we are getting a fresh start, so our parents leave us with a special message.
Nobody go up, they go, I go. I make the teacher for call my phone and tell me saying I have no manners.
To which we all replied, I'm sure.
Yes, mommy.
Unfortunately, for many of us, that message went in one ear and came out the other. Come with us as we take you on a journey to reflect on our warm first form memories.
I wonder if you remember when we used to hear, Princey, come, Princey, come. You wouldn't even have to say anything else. It's the fastest everybody would find their seats, and who not pretending like they're sleeping, have a book upside down claiming that they're reading. And how can we ever forget when our very own teacher, Miss Mills, was held hostage in a classroom? And I must tell you, up until this very day, I don't know how she got out. Miss, forgive us. We were young and foolish. Spanish class for us was quite interesting. Trying to grasp this foreign language was a task in itself. Buenos dias might have been the only thing we really learned, but Mr. Fender never missed a class. We know it was not easy teaching a fresh batch of first farmers, but sir, you tried. Special big up to you, Mr. Fender. Your efforts have not gone unappreciated. You added to the experience of our first year in high school.
Before starting Charlemont, we always heard people say, the school big and pretty, and over there just nice. And that was true. But the walk just to reach the bus stop remind me of when parents would tell stories about their journey to school in the old days and how long it was. You had better believe it. Them never did a lie. Though the walk to the bus stop wasn't always the best, especially when the sun was hot. It was one we were willing to take as we walked in groups to the agony of the taxi drivers who would aggressively blow their horns, telling us to stay upon one side of the road. Sadly, for those taxi drivers, they may have soon wished they could blow their horns at us, as we were soon to go off on the earliest and longest summer break of our lives because of our dear friend, COVID. March 13th in second form marked the day we all said goodbye to our friends and teachers as we would be off from school for a few months. At least, so we thought. Well, those few months turned into 2 long years.
We started online classes, and I must say, at the start, it was indeed exciting, and we were up and ready to learn, until everything just started going downhill. Wanna sweet ya? Sour ya? Radam! After a while, online classes were no longer fun, but rather an overwhelming and depressing experience. We missed seeing our friends, we missed leaving home, we simply missed everyday school life. It was so bad to the point where some students would just mark their names in the Google Classroom or the WhatsApp group and went straight back to bed. When the teachers would ask a question, we would deliberately turn our internet off or pretend as if we can't hear them because our internet is so bad, they're breaking up. We had lost all our motivation in everything school-related and now started to focus our time and energy to TikTok, YouTube, and Netflix. This would soon prove to be an academic disaster.
Moving into grade 9, we were no longer doing 7, but a total of 16 subjects, as now we were drawing closer to selecting our subjects which best suit our career paths. It was a strain, as our brain cells had grown lazy due to our self-indulgence during COVID. We were drained and completely over the thought of school, but we kept going. Well, most of us did. There was nothing better than waking up to a message saying, not feeling well today, no online class today, or internet not working, take the time to read up on last class notes, or use the time to complete the task we started last class. Of course, we had to respond nicely. Oh, sorry to hear that, miss. I hope your internet is fixed soon, sir. When really and truly, we never care. As the size of classes rapidly decreased, some teachers were determined to not let the lesson plan they had stayed up all night working on go to waste. Therefore, they never missed a class. Special thank you to Miss Bernard,
Mr. Johnson,
Mrs. Greenwood,
Miss Anderson,
Mrs. James,
Mr. Wilson,
Mr. Kelly,
Miss Riley,
Mrs. Barnett,
Mr. Mighty,
Mr. Moody,
Miss McLean,
Miss Grant, and the list goes on and on. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed performing arts instructors, Miss Scott Mullins, Mr. Morris, and Mr. Powell, for their invaluable contributions. Their dedication to the development of the various skills and talents of students within the school has led to Charlemont being recognized as an institution with one of the best bands in the parish, as well as taking home numerous medals and trophies in the various performing arts competitions. Graduates, help me salute these teachers as we thank them for their hard work and dedication. They never gave up, even when we did.
You know, couldn't leave out the person that turned us all into sparks, top achievers, and never failed to show up when we needed it. Special big up to Phoebe best friend, Google. As we drew closer to the return to face-to-face classes, our special bond with Google was slowly coming to an end. The first day back felt as if it was our first day attending the school. But after a while, we warmed up to each other and rebuilt our bonds. Without the help of Google, however, it was just our brains and us against the world, as it was now starting to become obvious to teachers that our grades weren't achieved from us reading over previous notes, rather just us Googling every single answer. We couldn't help but hear teachers exclaim in despair, "May God have mercy upon unu." It was at that moment we knew we needed to start taking school seriously again. The return was going great until Charlemont got their very own binocular.
Young man, clear the corridors for me, please. Young miss, remove the sweater.
Yes, we all know who this is, but for the sake of my safety, I have the right to remain silent.
Even though the school term was filled with laughter, the Charlemont family also faced one of their saddest moments, and that was mourning the loss of Vice Principal Giddon. Miss Giddon was always a warm and welcoming person, not to mention she was always the life of the party. I'm pretty sure we can all remember when we had teachers in action, and she happily modeled our Charlemont uniform. Miss Giddon played an important role in the development of the school, and for her hard work, she will never be forgotten. At this time, I would like to invite everyone to stand as we acknowledge a moment of silence for Miss Giddon. Thank you. Long live Miss Giddon. You are forever in our hearts. May her soul rest in peace.
I feel we can all agree that there was nothing worse than getting lunch at 11:40 and taking a walk to the canteen to buy a hot box food or a nice warm patty just to hear, "Rice not done cook yet, you know. Chicken just start fry." Or even, "No patty, everything finished." The heat in the canteen was unbearable. No AC, no fan, and waiting over an hour before getting through made it even worse. But as the canteen continued to fail us, we could always rely on Miss Sherman and Miss Christine to rescue us with a nice cup of ice cream or a popsicle, and Miss Nikki and Miss Marie with hot dogs to touch up our stomach before going back to class. Special thank you to these ladies.
Approaching the last chapter of this story, we've always heard about the big bad grade 11 and all the stress that it will bring. In no time, it was our turn. We are now fifth formers, now on one of the most difficult leg of our high school journey. The workload tripled. SBAs and labs were being assigned from left,
right,
and center, and a ton load of assignments right behind them. And for literature students, there was no one who gave more assignments than
Miss Grant.
Echoing around the school grounds from every teacher you met was, "Boy, where's my SBA?"
Or, "Girl, I'm still waiting on that lab book."
Pressure, pressure. Who under pressure? Fifth form. But of course, being the responsible students that we were, we never took our SBA seriously until 2 weeks before the deadline, when we had realized it was a serious thing.
The exam season was slowly approaching, and we would now have to sit our CXCs, and that's when most of us decided to settle down and draw closer to God to get some of his good grace and mercies to see us through with this one. We watched the exam trees in bloom as we had been advised. If the exam tree don't blossom and you not start study, dog nyam your supper. But look at us now. After months of hard work, stress, and dedication, we have managed to reach thus far. Hashtag, we may fall, but never give up.
We could never end this journey without saying thank you to our parents and teachers who continuously pushed us to the best of our abilities, and to Principal Garth Gale, who always reminded us that we are eagles and must soar above all. Your dedication in looking out for us is one we are grateful for, and we can assure you that we will make you proud. And to my fellow graduates, we did it. We've waited so long for this moment, and it is finally here. We've been through our fair share of trials and tribulation, through blood, sweat, and tears. But today is the day we can pop our colors, pat ourselves on the shoulder, and give ourselves a round of applause. As we now look forward to pursue our dreams as chefs, doctors, lawyers, and teachers, I do wish you all the best.
A famous artist once said, go to school, graduate, get your own, because when it's all said and done, people can say what they want to say about you, but they can't take it from you. It was indeed a rough 5 years, but it was one worth remembering. Some of us may have walked in this institution as a group, but today, we walk out alone. Our years in high school would not have been fun without each other to share this journey. Big up on a nice clean self, and like Whisper said, nah, see me after this, my father. Gone, my gone. Class of 2023, gone, my gone, my father.
We take a pause. Having gone down memory lane for the 5 years, I hope they've not gone too far yet. We're going to have at this time the gospel vocal ensemble before we have the grade 13 valedictory presentation. So we'll have them at this time.
Check 1, 2.
One, two.
Mic check 1. Testing 1, 2. Mic check 1.
Done
I know you never will. Everything's possible by the power of the Holy Ghost. And your wind is blowing right now. Oh, yeah. Breaking my heart of stone, taking over like a Jericho. And my walls are crashing down. Right now, I know you're able, and my God will come through again. You can do all things. You can do all things but fail. 'Cause you never lost the battle. No, you never lost the battle. And I know you never will. You can do all things. You all things but fail. 'Cause you never lost the battle. No, you never lost the battle. And I know you never will. Never lost the battle. 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 Never will. You never will. You never lost the battle. 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 Never will. You never will. You can do all things. You can do all things but fail. 'Cause you never lost the battle. No, you never lost the battle. And I know you never will. You can do all things.
Truly a blessing. We continue with the grade 13 valedictory presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is our pleasure to welcome students, families, and faculty to Charlemont's 2023 graduation ceremony as we take the time to honor the hard work and perseverance of our graduates. For 2 years, we toiled tirelessly, fought fearlessly, and endured endlessly the uphill battle that is sixth form. And my friends, as you sit before us and we stand before you, I can proudly say that we, the sixth form body, along with the grade 11s,
our future depends on our past and present. In the beginning, October 2021, it dawned on us that we were the new senior now. Crazy, right? Sixth form may have been a tentative choice for many of us. Seeing our other peers head off to work, to other schools and programs, or even just sitting at home was enough to make we get a little iffy on whether or not this was the best choice for the future. However, looking back, we have no doubt that despite how hard or tedious preparing for KFC, the past 2 years have been the best and most memorable years of our life. Now that was a sixth form.
we could talk about the hours and hours we spent under the cool oasis with AJ looking over the exotic grass, squabbling meaninglessly over some silly topic, or just about 5 minutes before going into our exam. This oasis gave the opportunity to make friends, allowing us to talk to someone new every time we sat out there. We speak of none other than the lazy bench them. The sixth form block was another popular hangout for our students, whether it was to escape from the scorching heat, to pass time in between classes, or to just chill with friends in our own haven. Those 4 classrooms became our second home.
However, we are not going to pretend as if it was smooth sailing to reach where we are today. We went through many restless nights, many unpleasant situations, while battling with personal issues. But just look at us today. We are here celebrating this once-in-a-lifetime milestone. If no one haven't said it to you before, congratulations, you have successfully overcame the challenges that tested your integrity. You deflect and rebuke failure. We hold our ground firm and strong, and for that, today, we are rewarded.
Around late February, the race was on to complete labs, IA, and other assessments by the hook or by the crook. Phones were bombarded with calls or messages asking, John Brown, what thing me can use to come studies IA? We went nights without sleep, hungry for days. It was draining. Regardless, we remained determined, focused on achieving what our parents, guardians, the person within our corner fought so hard for us to achieve.
Our time here was also augmented by the array of hilarious but candid teachers we had. You could always expect something unfiltered but real from Mr. Smith, something comforting and warm from Mr. Mighty, a slight and unintentionally funny comment from Mr. Weir, an over-explanation of something simple from Mrs. Ashley, and the sarcastic and annoying question, and that makes sense to you, from Mr. Dougie. And of course, a shout out has to be made to all the other teachers of sixth form. You guys have been a great influencers and role models to us students for the past years, and we are truly grateful. A round of applause for our teachers. You guys came together and deliver quality classes while keeping the atmosphere light and entertaining for the 120 students enrolled.
120 students of sixth form may sound small when compared to other institutions, but in true Jamaican fashion, we lickle but we talawa. Selfless and unrelenting are the best words to describe our batch. Whenever a problem arose, we always stood together to solve it. We worked swiftly and passionately at whatever we did, and helped each other to overcome our individual struggles, being the post-COVID generation of sixth formers. These 2 years brought us some of our hardest laughs and our most sorrowful cries, our greatest wins and our worst defeats. And above all, it developed some of our most precious relationships. Look at the faces of your colleagues behind you, your best friend a few seats away from you, and that one person you have never spoken to sitting beside you. Unknowingly, they have become your family. Years of memories lie behind your shared eyes. Precious times locked away, never to be forgotten. The journey to wearing this gown has been wild, but you did it together.
As you end your journey here at the Charlemont High, I want you to look back, to remember how you pushed yourself. You overcame depressive thoughts, did your subjects, and are now gleefully graduating. Though some results might not have been in our favor, I must remind you that we are only humans, and sometimes things will not go according to plan. But it's how you recover that matters. You may be now wondering, what are you going to do with your life? As a few may have a detailed plan, but I know a lot of us don't know where to turn next. And that's fine. It's fine, and that's okay. It's fine not to have a concrete plan, or if once your concrete plan begins to change. The greatest people will tell you that they start out doing something completely different from what made them great. Just remember to learn from your mistakes. Never allow the same thing to befall you twice. Become disciplined, plan ahead, and fall in love with bettering yourselves.
Before closing, I will say this. This is the only life you will be given. Make the most of it. Do not waste it on things that will make you unhappy and disturb your inner peace. This is the beginning of the rest of your lives. Treat everyone well and wish the best for your neighbors. Do not forget your roots and do not allow the good fortunes waiting for you outside the gate to change you. Have fun out there, do what scares you, and live life to the fullest. It has been an honor for us to be your leaders throughout the 2020 to 2022 school year. Keep striving, Eagles. You will reach excellence. Thank you.
Another round of applause for head boy and head girl. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've been waiting for. The presentation of certificates and awards and special awards. And a word to our parents, we are really happy to see you here and you have been behaving so well. We want you to continue in that stride throughout this part of it. Please let us ensure that our graduates get the best from this experience. So even as you take your pictures, do not get in the way of the photographers. All right? We want everything to continue in this disciplined way. Thank you so much. So those who are involved in this part of the program, could you come and take over, please? The presentation of certificates and awards.
Good afternoon, everyone. At this time, we will be presenting our students with their school leaving diplomas. We here at Charlemont High School, we have 11C, HRLE, and our sixth formers who will be leaving us. So let's have 11C, and their names will be called by Mrs. Miller Young.
Good afternoon, everyone. So at this moment, we'll be calling 11C. We'll begin with Alem Allen. Mr. Legister, we need you at this moment. You'll be assisting me with the handing out of these diplomas.
Alim Allen, everyone. Round of applause for him, please. Next, we have Rihanna Blake. Rajay Douglas. Rajay Earl. Sorry, Daniel Earl. Daniel, my apologies. Daniel Earl. Zaid Edwards. Rashay English. Sherry K. Aris. Donique Heath. Tajay Henry. Sandrine Hibbert. Jaden Higgins. Ashari Hunter. Venicia Hunter. Ladeja Hilton. Ladesia. Ozari Johnson. Kesia Carr. O'Neill Mara. Vanicia Muirhead. Sajera Murray. Jaleel Ross. Canute Sill. Celia Smith. Patricia Thomas. Sabrina Watches. Abigail Wedimere. Courtney Welch. DeJounte Williams. Jada Woodrow. C, everyone. Give them a round of applause, please. Parents, we know that you want to take the pictures, but please step to the side, you're blocking. Please step to the side, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. At this time, I will be making the presentation for 11H, and I'm going to ask Mr. Clark to assist me. Alex Allen. Blackhood.
Parents, I have to do this. There's the wires that are, you're either going to trip or disconnect the internet. We have persons who are watching as well. So please, parents, you have been good thus far. Thank you.
Jaheim Blake, Renee Brown, Dante Collins, Candice Dennis, Devonay Dias, Chanel Dawes, Ray J. Ferguson, Davian Fitzgerald, Conroy Gordon, Ailey Grant, Kadane Henry, Ashley Holmes, Roger Hutton, Janelle Jones, Gabrielle Lewis, Tajay McCullough, Akelia Minot, Jade Nicholas, Akil Page, Okara Perkins, Daniqua Plant, Daniel Raymond, Katia Reed, Denton Roden, Natalia Richards, Roshane Saunderson, Britannia Small, Jada Thomas, Michaela Vassell, Jason Walters. 11H, make them welcome. Thank you.
Graduates for 11A as follows: Sheldon Anderson, Shaim Brown, Jordan, Marlon Johnson, Zidane Lewis, Shaquela Mullins, Rickiana Rule, Annalise Rowe, Michaelia Smith, Quinn Stubbs, Alshan Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. May we have the form teacher for 11R, Miss Robinson.
We would like to invite Mr. Hopton Henry to assist with the handing out of the certificates. "11R, are you ready? Let me hear 11R with one shout, two shouts. Getting ready for the hypest class in Charlemont High School. Sometimes it can be difficult to put into words what you want to say to students who have achieved the accomplishment of 5 years of long nights of studying, early mornings of traveling, and stretching to overcome academic, social, and personal challenges.
But just know that you have a big group of us cheering you on today as graduates.
We are honored to be a part of this special day. Every single one of you shall be bursting with pride.
And to my babies, 11R, are we ready? All right, so students of 11R, you may always have, sorry. And to my babies, let me go again. I hope that you will always have new opportunities, and I pray that you will be successful in life. Are we ready? Can't hear you, no? We're ready? Okay, let's go.
Brianna Bailey, Kimora Bailey, Michaelia Brown, Regina Chambers,
Fabian Clark, Alicia Cardozo, Demoy Davis, Estina Dixon,
Kayla Douglas, Aliyah Kim Dunn, Dominic Francis, Daniel Fuller, Shellyan Hall, Kayana Harrison,
Deandra Henry, Rajay Howell, Brianna Hutchinson, Kimberly James, Shania James,
"11R, let's keep the momentum and the hype going. Continue with Dante Johnson. And just of note, 11R is the largest group of students graduating this afternoon. Ashley Johnson, Chanel Johnson, Kamisha Lee, Sanique Lee, Taj Orain Makala, Denelia McIntosh, Miguel Morgan,
Akeelia Murray, Charlene Nelson, Shaniel O'Brien, Daniel Patterson, Andrew Phillips, Jaquan Price, Kaleem Price, Danielia Raymore,
Kimanda Richards, Brittany Robinson, Tashna Shea Swaby, Raheem Thomas, Marvelyn Tolo, Nathaniel White,
Kashida Wilson, and Nadrian Wright.
That is the graduating class of 11R. One more time for 11R.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. 11E, Miss McFarlane and Miss Trail. 11L, Miss McFarlane, Miss Trail.
E, are you ready? Let me hear the parents or the students at 11E. Woo! Kamani Alexander,
Delano Brown,
Desmond Cole,
Stephanie Francis,
Tyreek Hall,
Bjorn Horton,
Renika Hines,
Stephen Ivy,
and we're continuing. Texan Johnson,
Daniel Laws,
Dejourn McFarlane,
Alexavier Moses,
Travis Moulton,
Lejon Newby,
Tristan Richards,
Calwayne Simpson,
Latasia Stanberry,
and Renard Stevenson.
Let's hear it for the 11E batch of 2023.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. May I ask the students from 11L to stand at this time? And we'll ask Miss Gordon to do the handshake. Delana Blake. No. Miss Gordon is... Okay, let's go again. Delana Blake. Jason Blake, Taronje Brown, Fabian Cunningham, Rohanna Foster, Naheem Gibbs, Brian Lord, Caleb Miller, Giove Mitchell, Kamoya Murray, Beyonce Simmons, Nashake Walker. Those are the students from 11L. Thank you, Miss Gordon. We invite Miss West, grade 13.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I will be calling the names for the grade 13 graduates, and I'll be asking Reverend Bowen to assist me with handing out the certificates. All right, so something was said earlier about 11R being one of the best classes around. Since I am the form teacher for grade 13 science, most of the students here are my kids, so I'm a little bit biased. And I'm going to say that even though we've only known each other for 2 years, it has been wonderful knowing you all, and I hope that you go on to excel the same way you have done at Charlemont and even better. First is Carisha Burke. Rasaiwa Clark. Devontae Davis. Ariana Ewart. Raheem Fletcher. Special big ups for Raheem, please. He's one of our young and talented saxophone players here at Charlemont High School. Okelia Francis. Tawana Gilzine. Samaria Gordon. Javane Ray. Kayla Heaven. Along with her sister, which I'm sure is a spectacular moment for your parents and friends, Tiffany Heaven. Atiba Kelly. My troublemaker, Mr. Avron Lang. Giselle Lewin. And my other troublemaker, Miss Davia Murphy. Danica Simmons. Shaira Smith. Nathania Smith. And last but not least, our wonderful Desandra Ware, who is also currently Miss Charlemont. Give a big round of applause for our grade 13 graduates, everybody. Congratulations, everyone.
Parents and guardians, students, the graduation is not yet over. Please take your seats. Charlemont High School students, thank you very much. At this time, we have some special awards that will be made to a few students. Bear in mind that these are not necessarily all the academic awards that the students have worked for. Yearly, we have our prize-giving exercise, and that will be held in November. At that time, we'll be calling back our students to receive their awards. At this time, I invite Miss Monique, who will be making a special award in the name of Frederick Grant. Is Miss Monique here?
Thank you. Correction, it's Camille. So it's Camille Stewart Edwards. And good evening, everyone. Just to introduce myself, I am a past student, and I'm very excited to be sitting with some honorable past students. I am from the class of '84, and actually was the head girl in 1984. So that was actually 39 years ago. And I am totally overwhelmed. I'm totally inspired. I'm almost emotional just to be standing here today. And I can tell you, graduates, everything that was said by Shireen, by Kimon, it's like point on point. They said everything that I would have said to you tonight. And I can tell you, continue to soar, because we did. Incidentally, I have a little story. I won't take you very long. One of the advantages, or one of the things I got out of Charlemont, believe it or not, was my husband. My husband and I were in the same class, and he's here with me tonight. Alexi was also one of the graduating class of the graduates. So hey, anything is possible, guys. Anything is possible over there. And I also have Shanette with me today. Shanette is also from the class of '84. So we're particularly excited. Now we're doing this presentation, and it came out of tragedy. We lost one of our friends, Frederick Grant, who was one of our batchmates. He was in our class. And we lost him tragically. Not only was Frederick one of our just super friendly, just one of those great students, he also taught at Charlemont High School, believe it or not. So he taught geography. So Dr. Shireen, you'll be excited about that. And he also taught social studies. So out of this tragedy, the class of It's coming. Oh, right, it's here. Thank you. So out of that tragedy, folks, we came together, the class of 84, quite a few of us, and we said, this is an opportunity for us to give back to Charlemont and to the school. And so we came up with an award, and this award is given to a student or two students tonight who showed excellence in social studies and community service. And the award will cover your tuition, your school, anything that you need for the next 2 years. Now that's the financial part of the award. There's also going to be the support side of the award. It's not only going to be financial, but we also want to make ourselves available to you, the students, that will be getting this award for any kind of other support you need. We are a vast group of different professionals, different skill sets, and we thought, let's not only do financial, let's also do physical, psychological, socially, mentally, any support that you need. And I'm very excited tonight to present the Frederick Grant Award to Charlemont Hall for excellence in social studies and community service. My other class of 84 batchmates, could you join me here and hand this over to Charlemont? Oh my God, come on up. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations, Charlemont. You're covered. You're covered. Mom and Dad, is Mom and Dad here? Mom and Dad, leave it to us. You don't need to worry about Charlemont for the next 2 years. The class of 84 is going to take care of her, okay? All right, that's our commitment. The other awardee, the Frederick Grant Award for Excellence in Geography and Community Service, will go to Michaela Smith. Where is Michaela? Come on up, Michaela. All right. Congratulations, Michaela. Oh, you're covered. You're covered for the next 2 years. Wow, she's crying. She's just as emotional as I am. And I can't tell you how happy and excited we are, the class of 84, to be doing this. God bless you, and thank you all. This is great.
Good afternoon, everyone, graduates and parents, well-wishers. I am Danae, and I would like to invite 4 students. We're going to be awarding 4 students who are from the cadet group. So I'd like to invite Renika Hines, Daniel Laws, Rajay Douglas, and Marlon Johnson to come forward. Yes. Hold on. Renika first. We're taking Renika first, and the graduates can, oh wow. The graduates can agree with me that Renika is a true warrior. Renika is a true warrior. We want to thank you for being a part of the cadet group. You represented us well, and I will surely miss you, honey. Take care. Daniel Laws. Yes, Daniel, you make us proud. Thanks for being a part of the cadet group. Continue to grow and go. Continue to go and grow, rather. Congrats. Thank you. Rajay Douglas. Yes, from the response appearance, you can tell he's a great soldier. Ah! Love that. Love that. Love that. Oh, I'm so sorry. have to award him. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to ask Dr. Shireen James Williamson to step up here, please. So, based on your introduction, that was beautifully done by Shajera, to the moment that you walked up to the podium, from the very start of your presentation, you have kept everyone thoroughly engaged. It is my esteemed honor to be the one standing here today presenting you with a small token of our appreciation. You stated that you bloom where you are planted, and you have truly bloomed. It's an inspiration. Here. Thank you.
Professor Clark. Hello, hello, you're so beautiful. A pleasant afternoon to you all. Parents, graduates, teachers, principals, and staff. Most of us, when we hear the word cheer being used, we might think of sitting down doing nothing. I mean, we could be sitting down reading, playing a game, or watching TikTok. I said it, watching TikTok. The role of Professor Clark played on this or special day begins with cheer. And obviously, she came not to sit, but to lead this program. We appreciate you being here. You did a great job. We are extremely grateful that you took time and made it today. You nailed it. Professor Clark, on behalf of our principal, Mr. Gale, our vice principals, teachers, staff, and especially all 2023 Charlemont High graduates, I extend our heartfelt love and gratitude. With this small token, I say thanks for helping us making this event a resounding success. A resounding success. With God's blessing and grace, receive this gift. Thank you.
Hello again, it's me again. I would like to invite the following 4-H students to come for their awards. Sherilyn Nelson, Shaniel O'Brien, Brianna Hutchinson, Alia Kim Dunn, Desant, Desandra Ware, thank you. Carisha Burke, Davia Murphy, Shahira Smith, Rashiwa Clark, and Kimora Bailey. I now hand over back to Professor Clark.
Thank you all very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you will have to agree that this has been so far a wonderful event, and we'll continue in that state. At this time, we're going to be favored with an item from the school band. We'll continue the trend of excellence.
One, two. Mic 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Charlemont High School Band. Yeah! Da 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 da. Somebody say, I don't mind when you say that you're going away. I just don't wanna be lonely. Yeah! And I don't care if we share only moments a day. Just don't wanna be lonely. I'd rather be loved and needed. Depending on to give love I can't give. When you're gone, when you're gone, I just don't wanna be lonely. Yeah! I don't mind when you say that you're going away. I just don't wanna be lonely. Yeah. Let the stairs guide you there at the end of the way. I just don't wanna be lonely. I'd rather be loved and needed. Depending on to give a love I can't give. When you're gone, when you're gone, just don't wanna be alone. Fletcher! Yeah! Stick! Come on! Watch it! Check it out! Da-da-da-da-da.
Charlemont, make some noise, make some noise, make some noise!
Ready, boy?
How you feeling? Give it up. Every time I think of saying goodbye, everything inside me say it's a lie. So I can't, so I can't, so I can't, so I can't, so I can't. Oh yeah. Yes, you've been with me right through the road, and you never say you had enough. So I can't, so I can't.
What's up, let me talk to you.
So I can't. Oh yeah.
Like to repay you for all that you done. I don't know I'll be able to repay it all, 'cause I'm lost down. Every all the times you've been hurting. Come on, what's it?
You're still so fine,
And it's blowing my mind. I know I should have packed and walked away. and leaving nothing to remind. But I can't, no, I can't, no, I can't, no, I can't, no, I can't. Now boys, one team out. Yeah. Yes sir. Every time I think of saying goodbye, everything inside me say it's a lie. Yeah. So I can't, so I can't, so I can't, so I can't. Yes, you've been with me right through the rough, and you never said you had enough. So I can't, so I can't, so I can't, so I can't. Somebody sing. I'd like to repay for all that you've done. I don't know how we able to repay it all, 'cause I'm lost now. Every all the times you've been hurting, you're still so fine, and it's blowing my mind. Miss Scotty, I know I should have. Yes, Miss Scott Mallet. Big up yourself, Miss Scott Mallet. No, I can't. No, I can't. No, I can't. Outro, yeah. Make some noise, the man. Make some noise. We're celebrating today. Make some noise, the man. That girl, don't stop talking about that girl. I'm gonna make her mine every takes all night. Yes, sir. Yeah. That girl, don't stop talking about that girl. I'm gonna make her mine every takes all night. Yeah. Somebody say, good evening, sweet darling. Hey. May I ask your name? Somebody say, you seem to be lonely, but don't worry, 'cause I'm feeling the same. Oh yeah. Yeah, ready? Oh, it's a groovy situation. What a splendid combination that we should meet at a time like this. Ready, man? It's a groovy situation. What a splendid combination. It's something that, yeah, I just can't listen. Why? That girl. Don't stop talking about that girl. I'm gonna make her mine every takes one night. That girl. Don't stop talking about that girl. I'm gonna make her mine every takes one night. Yeah. It's been a long talk to them, time, man. Sweet darling, since love has come my way. Yeah. But I try so hard to find out what to say. Hey. Yeah. Oh, it's a good situation. What a splendid combination that we should meet. Yeah. At a time like this. Talk to them. It's a good situation. What a splendid combination. It's something that I just can't listen. Take it up, boys. That girl. Don't stop talking about that girl. I'm gonna make her mine every day. Yeah. Where the touch? With that girl. Don't stop talking about that girl. I'm gonna make her mine every day. So night. One sunshine. Ultra. Yeah. Lord God, you know, Lord God, you know. Make some noise, make some noise. Congratulations, 2023. Big up on yourself. We have made it. Big up on yourself. Big up on yourself. Run it back, run it back. Gonna make a man if it takes all night. Yes, sir. Can't stop talking.
I am not sure anybody wants to see me after that. They could continue for the whole night as far as I'm concerned. I hope they have a manager, you know. Who is managing this band? Oh, okay. Well, you're in good hands. I hope you're making some money. Yes, because you really have the talent. I've never seen so much talent in one little place. Talent on every level. Yes, excellence in layers. Wonderful. At this time, we're going to have the school song by the music department. And then I'm going to make a small adjustment to the program. I noticed that announcements come after the national anthem. Whoever is doing the announcement, I'm going to ask you to do that after the vote of thanks. Nothing should come after the national anthem. So at this time, we'll hear from the music department, the school song, followed by the vote of thanks by Danica Simmons.
Mic check, 1, 2.
1, 2, yeah. Please stand.
Please stand, everyone.
Come, let's lift our voices to the Father. Oh, valiant youth, arise with hearts and souls and voices. Let's magnify His holy name. For in this day He has given to us a gift, a crown, a school, and eagles rise in bright new glory. Praise His holy name. Charlemont, Charlemont, striving always for excellence. Charlemont, Charlemont, great eagles of the sky. God's blessings are always on His children. Students, teachers, friends, together with caring parents, we work to glorify His name. For surely the time of harvest shall come, when the victor shall hear, well done, and young eagles fly in bright new glory. Praise His holy name. Charlemont, Charlemont, striving always for excellence. Charlemont, Charlemont, great eagles of the sky, great eagles of the sky, great eagles of the sky.
Wonderful. Now we have Miss Simmons, vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, faculty members, proud parents, proud guardians, and my fellow graduates, I stand before you today, humbled and honored to deliver a heartfelt vote of thanks on this significant occasion of our high school graduation. There are different people who contributed different pieces to the puzzle that made our graduation ceremony a success. To our founder, the principal, vice principals, and all members of the school's executive body, we say thank you for keeping the school in one piece and for all the hard decisions you had to make throughout the school year. To our master of ceremonies, Professor Clark, we thank you for your outstanding work in ensuring the smooth and seamless flow of this important event. Your charismatic presence, eloquence, and flawless organizational skills have captivated us all and make this ceremony truly awesome. You brought energy, enthusiasm, and professionalism to every aspect of the event, setting the perfect tone and ambience for this celebration. We thank you. We express gratitude to our esteemed guests who have taken the time to join us on this special day. Your presence has made this day even more special, and we are honored to have you here with us. Thank you, Dr. Shireen James Williamson, our guest speaker who left us valuable lessons. She reminds us to grow and bloom where we are planted. Adversity is the preparation for greatness. The greater the obstacle, the more the glory in overcoming it. Failure is not final. We are immensely grateful for your time, Doctor. We're grateful for your wisdom and inspiring words that have enriched our minds. Thank you. To the graduation committee, headed by Mrs. Brown, who worked tirelessly to ensure that this graduation ceremony is a success. Your attention to detail and commitment to excellence have made this day a memorable one for all of us. We thank you. We thank the decorators who have transformed this venue into a beautiful and fitting setting for us to enjoy. To all our teachers who impart knowledge to us with their time and with their energy, not just because they're getting paid, we say thank you. To our parents, guardians, and family members, we owe a debt of gratitude that can never truly be repaid. You have been our pillars of strength, our cheerleaders in the face of adversity. You have believed in us when we doubted ourselves and have provided the unwavering love and encouragement that propelled us forward. We are eternally grateful. A special thanks to our friends and classmates who have become our second family over these years. Together we have shared laughter, tears, and countless memories that will be cherished for a lifetime. Your companionship and shared experience have enriched our high school journey and made it truly remarkable. I don't take any of the moments we spend for granted, and I have learned to enjoy things while they last and focus on the present. Finally, we say, thanks to the Lord, for he is good. His faithful love endures forever. Psalms 107, verse 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. A comprehensive and cohesive vote of thanks. I must also add we want to thank the technical team and the crew for also assisting, and everybody else. At this time, if we have any announcements, we'll take them now, because this is going to be followed by the national anthem.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. I know it's a long evening. Yes, and we're getting out of here very quickly. Just want to remind the graduates, I hope you're listening. I know you're excited and you need to take your photographs after the function has ended. Please be reminded that you must return your gowns and your stoles. The hats belong to you. So you will return your gowns and your stoles at the Home Economics Lab. Be mindful of those persons who are in charge of collecting, so do not wait too late to submit them. Also, refreshment will be available for the graduates in the conference room. So as soon as you have returned your gowns, you will proceed to the conference room to be refreshed. Also, inside your certificate holders, there is a bit of paper that you need come next week. You will need it for gown clearance, financial clearance, and book clearance. Once you have been cleared for all three categories, then you will get the opportunity to collect your certificates. So please do not lose that bit of paper in your certificate holders. For those students who did not attend graduation, if you see them, please tell them that they can also collect their certificates next week. They need to complete the application form and pay the fee of $2,700, and then they will receive their certificates. Is everyone hearing? Okay, so I wish for you a very good afternoon, rest of the evening rather.
Thank you so much, Ms. D'Souza. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been behaving very well so far. Please do not spoil it. We have come to the end of this event. Class of 2023, we need your attention. Do not embarrass your parents at this time. You have been very well behaved so far. At this time, we're going to stand for the national anthem, and we will remain standing until the graduates have recessed. Let me wish for you a safe and peaceful evening, and thank you for participating in graduation 2023. The national anthem. And we must be respectful. So there should be no talking at this time. Hands by our sides, or as close to that as possible. We remain standing for the recession of the graduates.
Jerusalema ikhaya lami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikhaya lami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze Jerusalema ikhaya lami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikhaya lami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami
Have a good night, everybody. God bless you all.
Graduates,
that I have bags for, please collect them from the drama room. Beyonce, I have your folder. Persons